Hey everyone, welcome back to Sleepbound Nights. Tonight, we're returning to the Toast Maker for episode 13, the presentation. I'm really glad you're here. Whether you've been with Iris and the village of Little Darlow since the very beginning, or tonight is your first visit, I hope you're somewhere warm and comfortable and ready to let the day go. If these stories have been helping you sleep and unwind, I'd love for you to stick around, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next episode. We've also got a few other places you can find us, including our website and Patreon, where there's a little more of everything. Links are down in the description. But right now, this moment is yours. Let's not waste it. Before we begin tonight, I want to sit with you for a moment and think about something that doesn't always get the attention it deserves. What it feels like to be truly witnessed, not just noticed, not just glanced at or briefly acknowledged, but genuinely, fully seen by someone who showed up, who paid attention, who took what you were doing seriously enough to pull up a chair and stay. Most of us don't get that often enough. We move through our days, offering pieces of ourselves, our ideas, our care, our small, quiet efforts. And so much of it passes unremarked. A meal that gets eaten without comment. A conversation that dissolves into the noise of the week. Something you worked hard on. Something you cared about that nobody quite had the time to see. And after a while, that can make us smaller. We start to tuck our enthusiasms away. We keep the cue cards in the drawer. We learn, slowly and almost without noticing, that it might be safer not to try too hard, not to care too visibly, not to want too much acknowledgement for the things we make and do and are. But then, and I wonder if you felt this at some point in your life, someone shows up, properly shows up. They bring a chair, they give you their full attention, they ask a real question, they listen in a way that makes you feel like what you're saying is worth listening to, and something in you just opens. Something that had been quietly braced for indifference gets to put its shoulders down. There's a particular kind of generosity in being a good witness for someone else. It doesn't always look like much from the outside. It's just presence. It's just attention. It's staying in the room and actually being there, not just physically, but in the truest sense, with your ears, your eyes, your genuine interest. But to the person receiving that attention, it can feel enormous. It can feel like being handed something they didn't know they'd been waiting for. I'd invite you to think about the people who have done that for you, who sat with something you cared about and made it feel, by the quality of their presence, like it mattered, who remembered the detail you mentioned once, who brought something, an afternoon, an object, a kind of quiet, just to be there with you in it. And think too about the times you've been that person for someone else, when you chose to show up, to set aside distraction, to take someone seriously in a way that cost you nothing but your attention, and gave them everything. That's not a small thing. That's genuinely one of the most human things we can offer each other. We're all carrying something we hope someone will notice. Some version of ourselves still finding its shape. Something we've been quietly working on, quietly caring about. And we flourish. We really do. When someone meets us there. When they don't glance past or check their phone, but simply stay. The village of Little Darlow is full of people who do that for each other, who show up on Saturdays, who bring fossils, who who raise their hands, who take the time to make the kind of presence that says, "You matter, and what you're doing matters, and I'm not going anywhere." That's what tonight's episode is full of. So let's close our eyes and let my voice carry us to Elder Cottage. It's a Saturday morning in December, the particular brightness of a morning that knows it has somewhere to be. Sunlight cuts through the curtains in clean white lines. The kettle is already on, and the kitchen smells of toast. This is where our story begins. Saturday arrived with the particular brightness of a morning that knew it had somewhere to be. Iris woke to December, sunlight cutting through the curtains in hard white lines, the kind of light that made everything look scrubbed and slightly too vivid, as if the village had been retouched overnight. Tom was already up. She could hear him in the kitchen, the clatter of the kettle being filled, the familiar sequence of cupboard spoon tin that meant tea was being made by someone who'd learned her system and followed it with the conscientious fidelity of a convert. "Morning," she said, coming down in her dressing gown. Moss was at his bowl, eating with the grim focus of a cat who treated breakfast as a professional obligation. "Morning." Tom set a cup in front of her. "Dave needs me at the house by 9. Something about the cedar boards finally arriving, and he wants to check them before his lot get hold of them. Apparently Kevin, that's the new lad, has a habit of cutting things optimistically." Cutting things optimistically? Too short? Every time? Dave says it's a confidence issue, but I think Kevin just can't measure. Tom sat across from her with his own cup and the last of the Marmite toast. "You've got Emily's thing today, right? The marine reptile presentation at 11. Still can't believe you agreed to that. I agreed to let a 7-year-old read to my cat about dinosaurs. That's not agreeing to something. That's being a reasonable person." "It's expanded since then. Rose texted me. There are visual aids now. A poster, possibly a quiz." He took a bite of toast, chewing thoughtfully. "Emily's been working on it all week, apparently. Rose says she's made cue cards." Cue cards? Like a proper TED Talk, except about plesiosaurs, and delivered by someone who still has a gap where her front teeth used to be. Iris drank her tea and felt something ease in her chest that she hadn't known was tight. Yesterday had been enormous. Mr. Pritchard's story about Mary, Tom's decision about the money, the letter from Margaret. This morning felt like the world had agreed to be lighter for a while, smaller, a 7-year-old with cue cards about marine reptiles. That was a manageable amount of world. Tom left at 8:45, kissing her in the hallway, tasting of Marmite. "Tell Emily I'm sorry I'm missing it. I'll need a full debrief tonight." "I'll take notes." "Detailed notes. I want species names and approximate body lengths. Go and check your cedar boards." He went. The front door closed behind him. Then the van started, second try its usual reluctance, and the morning settled into the particular quiet of a Saturday with plans. Iris cleared the breakfast things, wiped the table, considered what state the sitting room was in and whether it constituted a suitable lecture theater. The sitting room was fine, better than fine. It was the warmest room in the cottage, the morning light filling it through the front window, the sofa and armchair arranged in what could generously be called a semicircle if you included the floor. Moss had relocated from his breakfast to the patch of sun on the windowsill, where he was performing his daily impersonation of a draft excluder. "You have an audience today," she told him. "Emily's coming to present her research. You are expected to look interested." He opened one eye, assessed this information, and closed it again. "I'll take that as a yes." She showered, dressed, and was halfway through a second cup of tea when her phone buzzed. "Rose, Emily is wearing a lanyard she made from string and a piece of card that says presenter. I don't know where she learned about lanyards, leaving in 20 minutes. Then, 30 seconds later, she also has a pointer. It's a chopstick with tape on the end. I tried to talk her out of it. Then, she won. Iris was still smiling at her phone when Mr. Pritchard knocked at 10:15, which was early for him and therefore notable. "You're early," she said, opening the door. "I didn't want to miss the beginning. Emily texted me." "Emily texts you?" "Rose texts me from Emily's dictation. There's a system." He stepped inside, moving with the careful economy of a man who'd learned to budget his energy. The hat was on, the good coat. He looked rested, which Iris was relieved to see after yesterday's intensity. "She's been preparing all week. Apparently there are visual aids." "So I've heard. I brought biscuits." He held up a tin that was, unmistakably, from Tesco. "Margaret made them." "Of course she did." He settled into his chair at the kitchen table. Not the sitting room yet, because the sitting room was for the presentation, and they were still in the pre-show phase, apparently, the milling about part where people drank tea and made conversation while waiting for the main event. "How are you feeling?" Iris asked, pouring his tea into the good china cup. "After yesterday." "Lighter." He said it simply, without elaboration. "Slept well, first time in a while." He took the cup, wrapped his hands around it in the way that was as much about warmth as drinking. "You?" "Good. Strange. Good strange." She sat across from him. "Tom called Margaret last night about the money." "I know. Margaret texted me at 7 this morning. Apparently there were tears. On both sides. As expected." Mr. Pritchard's expression was the particular blend of satisfaction and understatement he deployed when things had gone the way he'd hoped. About time. That boy's been carrying that house like a penance. The doorbell rang before Iris could respond, which was probably for the best. Some conversations were better left to settle than to be stirred. Rose stood on the doorstep, looking slightly harassed, which was her baseline state when Emily was in full project mode. Behind her, Emily stood very straight, holding a rolled-up poster in one hand and the chopstick pointer in the other. She wore a blue jumper with something that might have been a whale on it, or possibly a submarine, hard to tell at 7-year-old art scale. And around her neck hung the lanyard, a piece of card reading "Presenter" in aggressive purple crayon, threaded on what appeared to be green garden string. "Good morning," Emily said, with the formality of someone who'd been practicing. "Good morning. Please come in." "I have materials," Emily announced, holding up the poster. "They require a flat surface, vertical preferably." "Vertical," Rose mouthed from behind her daughter, her face doing something between pride and despair. "I think we can manage vertical," Iris said. "The sitting room has a wall." "Walls are ideal." Emily marched past her with the purposeful stride of someone who had rehearsed this entrance and was not going to waste it. Rose followed, carrying a tote bag that clinked with what turned out to be juice boxes and a Tupperware container. "Cake," Rose said. "Actual cake, made by me. Don't look at it too closely. I'm sure it's lovely." "It's lopsided." but it tastes fine. Emily was quality control. Rose lowered her voice as they followed Emily toward the sitting room. She's been working on this for 5 days. There's a bibliography. I don't know where she learned the word bibliography, but she used it correctly in a sentence on Thursday, which I'm choosing to see as a parenting win. In the sitting room, Emily had already assessed the space with a professional eye. The audience sits here, she said, indicating the sofa and armchair. I stand here. She pointed at the space in front of the fireplace, which was the natural focal point of the room. The poster goes here. She patted the wall above the mantelpiece. We might need something to stick it up, Iris said. I brought tape. Emily produced a roll of sellotape from her jumper pocket with the confidence of a surgeon producing a scalpel. Mum said I should ask before putting tape on walls. You can put tape on the wool. Thank you. Emily turned to the mantelpiece, assessed its height relative to her own, and frowned. I might need a chair. Mr. Pritchard, who had migrated from the kitchen with his tea, watched these proceedings from the doorway with an expression of fascinated respect. Shall I hold the poster while you tape it? Emily considered this offer. You're tall enough, but your hands shake. No offense. None taken. They do shake. He looked at his hands, then at Emily, then at the poster. What if I hold the bottom and you do the top, from the chair? That's a workable solution. Emily dragged a kitchen chair across the carpet, climbed onto it with the reckless agility of a child who hadn't yet discovered that furniture could betray you, and between them they affixed the poster to the wall. It was magnificent. The poster was divided into 4 quadrants, each featuring a different marine reptile drawn in colored pencil with the loving detail of someone who cared deeply about flipper anatomy. Labels pointed to key features: long neck for catching fish on the plesiosaur, big eyes for deep water on the ichthyosaur, strong jaws on the mosasaur, and not a dinosaur, important, written in red across the top. That last bit, Rose said, sitting on the sofa. She was very firm about that. Marine reptiles are not dinosaurs, Emily confirmed from her chair. People get that wrong. It matters. Noted, Mr. Pritchard said, lowering himself into the armchair with the controlled descent that was his standard approach to sitting. He placed his teacup on the side table and arranged himself like a man who'd bought a front row ticket and intended to get his money's worth. Iris sat on the sofa beside Rose, leaving a gap for... Where's Moss? Emily asked, scanning the room with sudden alarm. He's supposed to be here. He's the primary audience. He was on the windowsill. The windowsill was empty. Moss had, with his usual talent for dramatic timing, vanished. I'll find him, Rose said, starting to stand. No. Emily climbed down from her chair and squared her shoulders. I'll get him. He knows me. She left the room. The adults exchanged glances. She'll be fine, Rose said. Moss likes her. Moss tolerates her, Iris corrected. There's a... From the hallway came the sound of Emily making small, encouraging noises. Then, he's under the radiator. He's looking at me. Try not to. I'm being calm and small, like last time. A pause. He's coming out. Slowly. He's... Okay, I'm carrying him now. He's fine with it. Emily reappeared in the doorway, holding Moss in her arms. Moss, who did not permit being carried by anyone except under extreme duress, was draped over her small forearm with an expression of bemused resignation, his back legs dangling, his tail twitching, but not with hostility, more like a cat who had been outmaneuvered and was choosing to view it as a holiday. "He wants to sit at the front," Emily said. "Does he?" Iris said. "I can tell from his ears." Emily deposited moss on the floor near the fireplace. He sat. He did not leave. He looked at Emily, at the poster, at the chopstick pointer, and began to wash his face with the meticulous attention of a cat who wanted it known that he was cleaning, not listening, and any appearance of engagement was purely coincidental. "Right," Emily said. She took her position in front of the poster, held the chopstick pointer at a professional angle, and cleared her throat. "Welcome to my presentation about marine reptiles. My name is Emily, and I will be your presenter today." She adjusted her lanyard. "There will be 4 sections. After each section, there will be time for questions. Please save your questions for the question time." Mr. Pritchard made a sound that he disguised as a cough. "Section 1, Emily continued, tapping the plesiosaur quadrant with her chopstick. Plesiosaurs. Plesiosaurs lived in the sea during the Mesozoic era. They were not dinosaurs. This is important, and I will be saying it again." She looked pointedly at the adults, as if they were the ones most likely to commit this error. They had 4 flippers and long necks. Some plesiosaurs had necks longer than their bodies, which is hard to imagine, but I've drawn a picture. She pointed to the picture. It was, Iris had to admit, a very good plesiosaur. The neck was extravagantly long, curving in a graceful S shape across the poster. The flippers had been colored in carefully, each one slightly different, which was either artistic license or a 7-year-old's struggle with colored pencil consistency. "They ate fish and squid," Emily said. "Their teeth pointed outward, which is called a fish trap, like a cage made of teeth." She demonstrated by interlocking her fingers in front of her face. "Fish went in, but couldn't get out." "Efficient," Mr. Pritchard said. "Please save questions for question time." That wasn't a question. It was an observation. Emily considered this. Observations are acceptable, but brief. She turned back to her poster. The most famous plesiosaur is the Loch Ness Monster, except that's not real. Some scientists think plesiosaurs might have given birth to live babies instead of laying eggs, which would be unusual for reptiles, but not impossible, because nothing is impossible in science. "That's a very good principle," Iris said. "Thank you. Question time for section 1. Any questions?" Mr. Pritchard raised his hand. He actually raised his hand, like a schoolchild, and Iris had to press her lips together very hard. "Yes, Mr. Pritchard." "How big were the biggest plesiosaurs?" "Up to 15 meters. That's about as long as..." Emily frowned, calculating. "As long as a bus. Maybe longer. I haven't measured a bus." "I don't think anyone's measured a bus voluntarily," Mr. Pritchard said. "I might, for future research." Emily made a note on one of her cue cards. She had actual cue cards, lined index cards with bullet points in her round, careful handwriting, and moved on. Section 2. Ichthyosaurs. She tapped the relevant quadrant. Ichthyosaurs looked like dolphins, but they were not dolphins. They were reptiles. This is a theme of my presentation. Rose, beside Iris, was drinking her juice box with the focused determination of a woman trying not to laugh. Iris caught her eye and had to look away quickly. Ichthyosaurs had very big eyes, Emily continued. The biggest eyes of any animal ever, bigger than footballs. They needed big eyes because the sea was dark and they hunted deep. She tapped the drawing, which featured an ichthyosaur with eyes that were indeed enormous, so large they dominated the entire head, giving the creature the appearance of being permanently startled. "That's very well drawn," Rose said. "Thank you." The eyes took the longest. "I used 3 different blues." Emily ran her finger along the shading with proprietary pride. Ichthyosaurs were very fast. They could swim up to, she consulted her cue card, up to 40 kilometers per hour. That's faster than a person can run. "Faster than I can walk, certainly," Mr. Pritchard said. "Most things are faster than you can walk, Mr. Pritchard. No offense." None taken. Again. Moss, during this exchange, had moved closer to the poster. Not obviously. He'd done it in the way cats moved, which was to say he'd been sitting in one place and was now sitting in a slightly different place with no visible transition. He was looking up at the ichthyosaur drawing with what might have been interest or might have been the blank assessment cats gave to all flat surfaces. "He's looking at the poster," Emily said, delighted. "He's interested in section 2. "He might just be looking at the wall," Rose said. "He's not. He's looking at the ichthyosaur. See? His ears are forward." His ears were, in fact, forward. Iris had to concede the point. "Question time for section 2, Emily said. "Questions?" "Did ichthyosaurs breathe air?" Iris asked, because she genuinely didn't know. "Yes." "Good question." Emily beamed as if Iris had passed a test. "They were reptiles, so they breathed air. They had to come up to the surface like whales, but they could hold their breath for a very long time because of their special lungs." "How long?" "My book doesn't say exactly, but probably longer than you." Emily moved to section 3. Mosasaurs. The mosasaur section was Emily's favorite. This was immediately obvious from the drawing, which was larger and more detailed than the others, the creature rendered with sharp teeth and a muscular tail, and an expression that suggested it had opinions about everything, and none of them were friendly. Mosasaurs were the top predators of the late Cretaceous seas, Emily said, and she said late Cretaceous with the casual precision of someone who used the phrase daily. They were related to modern monitor lizards, Komodo dragons specifically, but much, much bigger. "How much bigger?" Mr. Pritchard asked. 17 meters for the biggest ones. Mosasaurus hoffmanni. She said the Latin with a little stumble on the second name, but powered through. They ate everything: fish, sharks, other mosasaurs, turtles, plesiosaurs, even pterosaurs if they landed on the water. "Pterosaurs," Mr. Pritchard said. "Those are the flying ones. Also not dinosaurs. Everything in this presentation is not a dinosaur. I thought I should get that across. You've been very clear." "Thank you." Emily tapped her drawing. The interesting thing about mosasaurs is their jaws. They had a double-hinged jaw, like a snake, so they could swallow things much bigger than their head. She demonstrated by opening her mouth as wide as possible, and then wider, which produced a cracking sound that made Rose wince. "Please don't dislocate your jaw for science, Emily," Rose said. "I'm demonstrating." "Demonstrate smaller." Moss had moved again. He was now sitting directly in front of the poster, his tail curled around his feet, looking up at the mosasaur with an intensity that Iris had previously seen him reserve for birds through the window, and the sound of tuna tins being opened. He really likes the mosasaur, Emily said. Maybe because cats are also predators. A kinship, Mr. Pritchard offered. Yes, a kinship. Emily wrote this down on her cue card. I'm adding that to my conclusions. Question time for Section 3 produced a detailed discussion about whether a mosasaur could have survived in a modern ocean. Emily, probably not. The water's different. Mr. Pritchard, what if it adapted? Emily, that's not how extinction works, Mr. Pritchard. And a tangent about whether Moss's ancestors had coexisted with any marine reptiles. Emily, cats are much newer than marine reptiles. Rose, thank God. Final section, Emily announced. She adjusted her lanyard, which had twisted during the mosasaur discussion, and took a breath. Section 4 is about why marine reptiles matter, even though they are extinct. This was, it turned out, the part Emily cared about most. Her voice changed, still clear, still 7-year-old confident, but with something underneath that was earnest in the way only children could be earnest before they'd learned to protect their sincerity with irony. Marine reptiles matter because they show us what the world was like before us, she said. The sea used to be completely different, full of things we can't imagine, and they lived for millions and millions of years, much longer than people have been alive. She paused, looking at her cue cards, then put them down. My teacher says we should care about extinct animals because understanding the past helps us protect the future. I think that's true, but I also think we should care because they were amazing, and it would be sad if nobody remembered them. The sitting room was quiet. Mr. Pritchard had stopped mid-biscuit. Rose was looking at her daughter with an expression that contained approximately 15 years' worth of emotion compressed into a single moment. That's my presentation, Emily said. Thank you for coming. Are there any final questions? Nobody had questions, not because there was nothing to ask, but because the room was too full of something else. Admiration, maybe, or the particular feeling you got when a child surprised you with depth you hadn't been braced for. I have a comment, not a question, Mr. Pritchard said. His voice had that careful steadiness that Iris had learned meant he was feeling something he didn't intend to show. That was the best presentation I've heard in 82 years, and I've heard a great many presentations, most of them considerably worse. Emily glowed, not smiled, glowed. The whole of her face changed, lit from some interior source that ran on approval and biscuits, and the knowledge that someone had listened. You can clap now, she said, if you want. They clapped. Even Moss contributed, stretching forward from his position by the poster and reaching up to pat at the corner of the mosasaur drawing with one paw, which Emily immediately interpreted as applause and which was, frankly, close enough. After the presentation came cake. Rose cut generous slices while Emily distributed juice boxes with the efficiency of a flight attendant, including one for Moss, which was a bowl of water she insisted on placing next to his food bowl, because presentations make you thirsty. The cake was, as promised, lopsided. One side rose significantly higher than the other, giving it the profile of a geological feature. But it was chocolate, and it was moist, and it tasted exactly like something made by a person who'd put effort in and wasn't claiming perfection. This is good, Iris said, meaning it. It's wonky. Wonky cakes taste better. It's a known fact. Is it? Mr. Pritchard, back me up. Mary's cakes were always wonky, he said, which wasn't exactly backing her up, but served the same purpose. She blamed the oven. I blamed her impatience. She always opened the door too early to check. "You're not supposed to open the door," Rose asked. "Not until it's done. The cold air gets in and the middle drops." He took another forkful. But Mary's dropped middles tasted better than anyone else's level surfaces, so there was no point arguing. They ate cake around the kitchen table, which was crowded with 4 people, and the remnants of Emily's presentation materials: cue cards, spare poster paper, a pencil case shaped like a whale shark. Emily sat cross-legged on her chair, which Rose corrected twice and then gave up on, eating cake with the focused pleasure of someone who'd earned it. "What did Moss think?" Emily asked Iris. "Overall?" "I think he was very engaged, especially with the mosasaur." "I knew he'd like the mosasaur. Cats respect apex predators." She licked chocolate from her finger. "Next time I'm going to do one about cephalopods, octopuses and things. They can change color and shape. Moss will love that." "Next time," Rose said in the gentle tone of a mother managing expectations. "Iris said I could come back. She said any time. You were there." "I did say that," Iris confirmed. Rose gave her a look that was half gratitude and half "you've created a monster. Don't say I didn't warn you." Mr. Pritchard finished his cake, set down his fork with precision, and reached into his jacket pocket. "I have something for you," he said to Emily. "For the presenter." Emily straightened. "A gift?" "An object of academic interest." He produced a small flat stone from his pocket and placed it on the table. It was grey-brown, ordinary-looking, about the size of a 50-pence piece, but one side had a faint spiral pattern pressed into it, like a snail shell seen from above. Emily stared at it. "Ammonite," Mr. Pritchard said. "Found it on the beach at Lyme Regis, 40 years ago. Maybe more. Mary and I went for a weekend. She found about 50. I found this one." He nudged it toward Emily. "It's not a marine reptile, but it lived in the same seas at the same time. Thought you might like it." Emily picked up the ammonite with both hands, holding it like something fragile, turning it in the light. The spiral caught the winter sun from the window. "This is from the Jurassic," she said. Her voice was barely above a breath. "Mr. Pritchard, this is from the actual Jurassic." "Thereabouts. I'm no expert." "Can I really keep it?" "I've kept it in a drawer for 4 decades. It deserves someone who knows what it is." He waved a hand. "Take it. Show your class. Tell them a fossil is just an animal that was important enough for the earth to remember." Emily looked at him, then at the fossil, then back at him, and then she got down from her chair, walked around the table, and hugged him. Not a polite hug or a quick one, but the full-body hug of a 7-year-old who'd been given something she hadn't known she wanted, and now couldn't imagine not having. Mr. Pritchard's hands hovered for a moment, the uncertain hands of a man who hadn't been hugged by a child in a very long time, and then settled, one on Emily's back and one on the arm of his chair for balance. "You're welcome," he said, slightly gruff, slightly damp around the edges. Rose was looking at the ceiling. Iris was looking at the table. They were both not crying, which was technically accurate and functionally irrelevant. "Right," Mr. Pritchard said, clearing his throat as Emily released him and returned to her seat, clutching the ammonite. "More cake, I think. This definitely warrants more cake." The morning dissolved into the afternoon, the way Saturday mornings did, when there was no reason to hurry them along. Rose helped Iris wash up, while Emily sat on the kitchen floor with Moss and her cue cards, reorganizing them into what she called a revised structure based on audience feedback. "She's going to be a scientist," Rose said, handing Iris a plate to dry. "Or a dictator, possibly both. She's magnificent. She's exhausting, in the best way." Rose pulled the plug, watched the water drain. Her dad wouldn't have sat through that. Even when we were together, he had this way of being physically present but mentally somewhere else, checking his phone, watching the clock. Emily noticed. Kids always notice. "He's missing a lot. He's missing everything." Rose said it without bitterness, which made it worse. Every week she does something new, learns a word, draws a picture, makes some connection that knocks the wind out of me, and he's in Manchester running CrossFit boot camps and posting gym selfies. She dried her hands on the tea towel. "Sorry, that's more than you needed to hear." "No, it's not." Iris hung up the towel. "You're doing an incredible job, Rose. With Emily, with everything. I'm doing a chaotic job. There's a difference." "There really isn't." Rose smiled, not the bright social smile she used at the front door, but the slower, more honest one that reached her eyes. "We should do something, you and me, without children, without marine reptiles. Just, I don't know, pub, maybe? One evening." "I'd like that. The King's Head does a decent wine, and Mrs. Patterson's cat isn't allowed inside anymore, after the incident with the crisps, so it's safe." "There was an incident with crisps?" "There is always an incident with that cat." Rose peered into the sitting room, where Emily was now reading her cue cards aloud to Moss, who had settled on the sofa in a posture of patient endurance. "We should go before she starts the Q&A again." Rose gathered Emily's materials. Emily gathered her ammonite, which had not left her hand since Mr. Pritchard gave it to her, and they assembled in the hallway with the particular bustle of departure. "Thank you for hosting," Emily said formally, shaking Iris's hand. "Your venue has good acoustics and appropriate seating. I'll be in touch about the cephalopod presentation." "I look forward to it." "Moss gets a front row seat again. He's earned it." Emily crouched to address Moss directly. He had followed them to the hall and sat by the milk churn, either saying goodbye or guarding his territory. "Thank you for attending, Moss. Your engagement was noted." Moss blinked once. Emily interpreted this as a 5-star review and left satisfied. "Thank you," Rose said at the door, meaning more than the hosting, "for listening to all of it, the presentation and the other stuff." "Anytime, both things." Rose squeezed her arm and shepherded Emily down the path, Emily already talking about which species she'd cover next week, and whether octopuses could technically be considered honorary marine reptiles. Iris closed the door. The cottage held the after-impression of visitors, the faint scent of chocolate cake, a juice box someone had left on the side table, the impression of Emily's small body still somehow present in the air. Mr. Pritchard was still in the kitchen, finishing his tea with the unhurried pace of a man who knew the afternoon was his to spend however he liked. "That," he said, "was excellent." "The presentation or the cake?" "Both, but especially the bit about nobody remembering extinct animals." He set down his cup. "She reminds me of someone." "Who?" "Mary, at that age, before she learned that being too clever made people uncomfortable." He stood, slowly, reaching for his stick. "Mary used to give presentations too, not about marine reptiles, flowers mostly. She'd stand in the garden and lecture the fence about pollination. Her mother thought she was peculiar. Was she? Brilliantly, he adjusted his hat. Keep an eye on that girl. She's going to be remarkable, and remarkable children need people who take them seriously. You took her very seriously. I brought a fossil. That's not taking seriously. That's showing off. But his eyes had that brightness again, the one that appeared when he'd done something kind and didn't want credit for it. Right, I'm off. Things to do. What things? I'm 82. I'll think of something. He paused at the front door. The recipe box. I'll bring it round next week, before Christmas. I've been going through it, making sure everything's in order. There's no rush. There's always a rush at my age. Just a polite one. He tapped his stick on the step. Thank you for the tea, for making this a place where things like that happen. Like what? Like a little girl with a chopstick pointer teaching a cat about plesiosaurs. Things like that. He stepped outside, into the pale December afternoon. Those are the things worth showing up for. He walked down the path, hat at its correct angle, stick keeping time on the flagstones. At the gate he stopped, turned, and raised the stick in his usual salute. She waved back and watched until he reached the pavement and turned toward his own house, moving slowly but steadily, the cold doing its work on his joints, but not quite winning. The afternoon belonged to Iris, not in the sense of having nothing to do. There was always something, in a house where a cat needed feeding, and a radiator needed bleeding, and the Christmas fair was in 2 weeks, and she'd promised scones. But in the sense of choosing what to do with it, rather than having the doing chosen for her. She chose the allotment. Not to work it, not yet. She didn't have tools, didn't have plans, didn't even have the paperwork officially confirmed. Tom had said Mrs. Farnham had said yes, but yes in committee terms could mean anything from absolutely to, we'll discuss it at the next meeting, which is in February. But she wanted to see it, her plot, Mrs. Henley's old plot that was becoming possibly Iris's plot. She wanted to stand on it alone, without Tom explaining things, without anyone watching. She put on her coat, the green one, and her walking boots, and let herself out the back gate, which led to the lane that ran behind the cottages toward the church. The path to the allotments was one she'd walked with Tom and glimpsed from the walking group's route, but she'd never taken it alone. It felt different without company, quieter. The hedgerow closer, the path narrower than she remembered, as if it adjusted itself to the number of feet using it. Past the church, through the kissing gate. The metal was cold even through her gloves. And then the allotments opened before her. Rows of plots, most cleared for winter, brown earth and bare cane structures, and the occasional shed listing slightly to one side. A few plots still held the remnants of ambitious autumn plantings, kale, probably, and what might have been winter lettuce under improvised cloches made from old windows. She found Mr. Pritchard's plot first, unmistakable, the military precision, the edges crisp despite the season, the shed freshly painted in a green that matched nothing else in the allotment, but somehow looked right. Everything in its place. The allotment of a man who'd kept showing up for 40 years, because the showing up was the point. Tom's plot was next door, as she'd known it would be, less tidy, a pile of something organic in one corner, the cold frame slightly askew, the wheelbarrow she recognized from the fence repair propped against the shed. But there was life in its scruffiness, seeds of intention. things that would become other things, given time and attention. 3 plots along, past an empty one, and one that appeared to be growing mostly weeds with conviction. She found it. Mrs. Henley's plot. Her plot, maybe. It was smaller than she'd imagined. Smaller and more real. A rectangle of earth approximately the size of her sitting room, bounded by wooden edges that had gone soft with age. The soil was bare, turned over recently by someone, Tom, probably, or Mr. Pritchard, the kind of quiet maintenance that happened in this village without anyone asking or being thanked. A few weeds at the margins, a wooden stake at one corner, with a faded label she couldn't read. She stepped onto it, just stood there, boots on the soil, feeling the particular give of earth that had been worked and rested and was waiting, patiently, for whatever came next. The afternoon was cold, but still. No wind. A blackbird on the fence sang something complicated, and then stopped, as if it had been practicing and lost confidence. The church spire rose beyond the hedge, solid and unsurprised by anything. Iris thought about planting, about spring, which was months away, but already present in the catalogs Tom had left on the coffee table, their pages marked with pencil checks. Broad beans in February, he'd said, potatoes in March. The early stuff, hardy, forgiving of beginners. She didn't know the difference between a broad bean seed and a pebble, if she was honest. But she could learn. People learned things all the time. You just had to start. She bent and picked up a handful of soil, cold, dark, slightly gritty. It smelled of nothing and everything, winter, rain, the accumulated labor of whoever had worked this patch before her. Mrs. Henley with her bad knees, whoever had been before Mrs. Henley. On and on, back to whenever this ground had first been divided into plots and given to people who wanted to grow things. She let the soil fall back through her fingers, wiped her hands on her jeans. Thought I might find you here. She turned. Lorna was standing at the end of the row, wrapped in her multicolored scarf arrangement, holding 2 takeaway cups from the bakery. How did you know I was here? Iris asked. Saw you from the post office window, walking past the church with your purposeful face on. Lorna picked her way along the path between plots, boots squelching slightly. Brought you a coffee. Sandra's Christmas blend. It tastes like cinnamon punched you. That's either appealing or threatening. Both. Lorna handed her a cup, and they stood together on the edge of the plot, looking at the rectangle of bare earth. So this is it? Your allotment? If the committee confirms. The committee will confirm. Mrs. Farnham's been telling everyone. She's already planning what advice to give you, which means she's claimed you as her project. Lorna sipped her coffee. Fair warning. Mrs. Farnham has opinions about courgettes. Everyone here has opinions about everything. That's the village motto. It's on the sign coming in. Well, it should be. Lorna turned in a slow circle, surveying the allotments. I used to have a plot here, years ago, before Mum got worse and I didn't have time. Grew tomatoes. Well, I grew tomato plants. The actual tomatoes were more theoretical. How's your mum? Same. Good days and confused days. She put the kettle in the fridge on Thursday, which was new. Lorna said it in the matter-of-fact tone she used for things that were hard but ongoing. She still knows me mostly. Calls me by my sister's name sometimes, which my sister finds hilarious, and I find... She paused. Complicated. That sounds difficult. It's just life, isn't it? Everyone's got their thing. Mr. Pritchard's got his heart, Tom's got his roof. Mom's got her kettle in the fridge. Lorna kicked a small stone off the path. I've got a post office and 17 scarves and the village WhatsApp, which is its own form of community service. What's happening on the WhatsApp? Christmas fair panic. Mrs. Henderson has changed the stall layout 4 times this week. There's a dispute about whether the tombola needs its own table or can share with the guess the wait cake. It's been escalating. Lorna's eyes gleamed. Also, Mrs. Collins reported that someone's been parking in front of her bin on collection day, and there's a 17-message thread about it that somehow became about Brexit. How? Nobody knows. It's one of the mysteries of village WhatsApp. Everything becomes about Brexit eventually. She drained her coffee. Speaking of the fair, your scones still happening? Supposedly. I've been practicing. How are they? The 3rd batch was edible, possibly good. Tom said they were excellent, but he also says that about my soup, which I've since learned he says about everyone's soup. Tom is a diplomatic eater, gets it from Margaret. She once ate a quiche at the WI that was basically raw in the middle and told the woman it was interesting. Lorna checked her phone. I should get back. Afternoon post won't sort itself. Well, it would technically. Mum used to say the post sorted itself, and we just took the credit. She touched Iris's arm. The allotment suits you. You look like someone who's about to grow things. I don't know what I'm going to grow. Nobody does the first year. Just put things in the ground and see what happens. That's basically how all of this works. She gestured, not at the allotment, but at everything. The village, the afternoon, the improbable chain of events that had brought both of them to this particular strip of earth on a Saturday in December. Iris watched her go, scarf ends trailing, coffee cup swinging, picking her way back toward the kissing gate, and the path and the post office, where the afternoon's parcels waited. Then she turned back to her plot. Her plot, not officially, not yet, but standing on it, with soil on her boots and cinnamon coffee warmth in her hands, and the blackbird singing its complicated song from the fence. It felt like hers, in the way that mattered, which was the feeling of it, the particular sensation of standing on ground you intended to return to. She pulled one weed from the edge, just one, then walked home through the thickening afternoon, the church bells marking 3 o'clock behind her, the village doing its Saturday thing around her, and the soil still under her fingernails when she let herself in the back gate and found Moss waiting at the door like a small orange customs official, demanding to know where she'd been. Tom came home at 4:30, smelling of sawdust and carrying a paper bag that turned out to contain 2 sausage rolls from the bakery, still warm. Sandra saw me, and I couldn't refuse. She has this look, like if you don't buy something, she'll be personally wounded. He set the bag on the counter and kissed Iris's cheek, which was cold from her time outside. How was the presentation? Extraordinary. Scale of 1 to 10. 12. She had cue cards, Tom. Proper cue cards. And a lanyard. And a pointer made from a chopstick. A chopstick pointer. He sat at the table, pulling apart a sausage roll with the absent efficiency of someone who'd been doing physical work all day and needed calories more than manners. Did Moss attend? Front row. He patted the mosasaur drawing with his paw. Emily called it applause. Of course she did. He grinned, sausage roll flaking onto the table. Mr. Pritchard survive. He gave Emily a fossil, an ammonite from Lyme Regis. Tom stopped chewing. He gave away the ammonite? You know about it? He found it on holiday with Mary. He's had it in his desk drawer for decades, used it as a paperweight. Tom set down the sausage roll. He gave that to Emily. He said she'd know what it was. She would. Tom looked out the window, not at anything specific, just at the light, which was fading now, the sky going from pale to something deeper. He's giving things away, the ammonite, the recipe box. He's sorting. Don't. I'm not saying anything dire. I'm just... He ran a hand through his hair. People do that when they've had a health scare. They look at their things and think about where they should go. It doesn't mean anything's about to happen. It just means he's thinking ahead. He told me the recipe box is coming next week, before Christmas. Then it's coming next week. Tom picked up his sausage roll again, the momentary heaviness passing. What else happened? I went to the allotment. Without me? Without anyone. Just stood on it. Pulled a weed. She sat across from him. Lorna found me. Brought coffee. We talked about courgettes and Brexit and the Christmas fair stall layout. Those three topics are somehow always connected in this village. Lorna said the same thing. Iris reached across and took a piece of his sausage roll, which he surrendered without complaint. How's the roof? Cedar boards arrived. Kevin cut 2 of them wrong. Dave said things I won't repeat in a cottage with good acoustics. He ate the last of the pastry. But the back section's going up. Another week, Dave reckons. Maybe less if the weather holds. And then I have a roof. A proper roof that doesn't leak and doesn't require buckets and doesn't make me feel like I'm failing my father's memory. He said it lightly, but not cheaply. Mum rang this afternoon. She's already transferred the money. She said... He paused. She said Dad would have done the same for me, so she was just completing the job. That's very Margaret. That's extremely Margaret. He stood, gathered the sausage roll detritus, wiped the table. The movements were automatic now, not just familiar, but embedded. He knew where the cloth was. He knew which side of the sink to wring it on. He knew the table's grain and where crumbs collected in the slight dip near the edge. 2 weeks of someone else's kitchen, and he moved through it like his own. The fairy lights clicked on outside. 6 o'clock already, somehow. The afternoon had been eaten by Emily's marine reptiles and Iris's allotment visit and Lorna's coffee and the slow, unremarkable business of a Saturday that had felt, despite its lack of drama, exactly full. I was thinking, Iris said, about the Christmas fair scones. Dangerous. I need to make a test batch. Tomorrow, maybe. I want to try adding cheese to some of them. Mrs. Henderson implied that cheese scones would be acceptable, which from Mrs. Henderson is practically a standing ovation. Cheese scones from Mrs. Henderson is better than a standing ovation. It's a papal blessing. Tom hung up the cloth. I'll be your taster, if required. You'll eat anything I put in front of you. You're not objective. I'm enthusiastically biased, much better than objective. He leaned against the counter, watching her with that expression she'd come to recognize, the one that looked casual but wasn't, that held more attention than it appeared to. Good day? Really good day. She meant it. Light. After yesterday, it felt lighter? Needed, like the right weight for a Saturday. She stood, crossed to where he was leaning, fitted herself against his side. His arm went around her, automatic, The geometry of them settled now into something neither had to think about. Outside, the garden darkened by degrees. The fairy lights made their golden chain along the fence. Somewhere in the village, Mrs. Henderson was presumably reorganizing stall layouts. Mr. Pritchard was in his kitchen, maybe looking at the space where the recipe box sat. Rose was making dinner while Emily showed her the ammonite for the 40th time. Lorna was closing up the post office, scarves trailing, phone buzzing with WhatsApp notifications about bins and Brexit. The village doing its thing, carrying on. "Dinner?" Tom asked. "Something simple. Toast?" "Toast." He made it. She watched him because she could, because watching someone make toast in your kitchen was an ordinary luxury she'd spent years without and wasn't going to waste by pretending it was beneath notice. He used the grill, the way she did, turning the bread once, buttering it while it was still hot enough to melt straight through. Marmalade for her, Marmite for him. The kitchen smelled of burning bread edges and warmth. They ate at the table. Moss appeared for his evening circuit. Bowl, lap, windowsill, radiator, the domestic patrol he'd been running since they moved in, which now included an additional checkpoint at Tom's feet. The toast crunched. The radiator ticked. The cottage held them. After, they sat in the sitting room with books and the particular Saturday night laziness that came from having done enough. Emily's poster was still on the wall. Iris hadn't taken it down. And now, in the lamplight, the marine reptiles looked different. Less like a school project and more like art. The plesiosaur's long neck curving elegantly. The ichthyosaur's enormous eyes catching the lamp's reflection. The mosasaur, fierce and ancient, drawn by a child who thought it would be sad if nobody remembered. "We should leave the poster up," Tom said, noticing her looking. "It's got sellotape on the wall." "The wall can handle it." He turned a page in his book. Emily would be delighted. Iris considered the poster. The marine reptiles considered her back, frozen in colored pencil, remembered. "We'll leave it up," she said. The evening deepened. Rain started around 9, tentative at first, then committed, the sound of it on the windows a rhythm she'd stopped noticing, and now couldn't imagine silence without. Moss made his nightly migration upstairs, pausing on the landing for his customary moment of feline deliberation before the soft thud of him claiming Tom's bed. Iris turned off the lamp, went to the kitchen for the final ritual, checking the back door, running a glass of water, looking out at the garden one last time. The fairy lights, the fence, the rain making the whole thing shimmer, golden dots on wet wood. On the counter, Emily's juice box. She'd forgotten to throw it away. Iris picked it up, turned it in her hands. A small thing. Evidence of a small person having been here, having taken this space seriously enough to bring props and cue cards and a chopstick pointer, having left behind a trace that was not profound or beautiful, but simply real. She threw it away, turned off the kitchen light, went upstairs, past the spare room where Tom was already asleep, past Moss's purring, into her own bed with its familiar shapes and shadows. Outside, the village settled into its Saturday night. Rain and dark and the hum of a place that had been doing this for centuries, marking time, keeping watch, holding the people inside it with the quiet constancy of walls and roofs and gardens and the space between one day and the next. Emily's words came back to her in the dark. It would be sad if nobody remembered them. The ammonite in Mr. Pritchard's pocket waiting 40 years for the right person, the recipe box being readied for new hands, the fossil record of a village pressed into soil and stone, and the memories of people who showed up on Saturdays to give presentations about things that mattered to them. Iris pulled the duvet up, closed her eyes, let the rain do what rain did, which was fill the silence with something better than silence, a sound that was also a feeling, also a temperature, also the particular December knowledge that the world was cold and wet and dark outside and warm and dry and lit inside, and that the difference between those two states was a roof and a wall and the choice to come home to them. She slept. The rain continued. Somewhere in the village, a 7-year-old girl slept with an ammonite under her pillow, dreaming of seas that had been gone for 100 million years and were still somehow remembered.